Atamaye, oh yeah, Atamaye, oh yeah,
Atamaye.
oh yeah.
Order. Order.
Order, EFF. Red overalls. Order.
Order, members. Honorable members, there will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated.
Mama, action.
Honorable members, before we proceed with today's business, I wish to make the following announcements. The vacancy which occurred in the National Assembly owing to the resignation of Mr. M.H. Redeleng Hayes has been filled by the nomination of Mr. D.R. Ryder with effect from the 1st of July 2017. The member has taken oath in the Deputy Speaker's office. Welcome you, Honorable Member. On behalf of presiding officers, I also wish to convey our heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of two African National Congress members of Parliament who passed away, Mr. Trevor Bonhomme and Mr. Timothy Koza. May we stand and observe a moment of silence in respect of the honorable members. Thank you. Honorable members, the House will schedule. Honorable members, order.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Can you please call that person to order? We don't need him here.
Honorable member, please.
He's in the gallery. Where are the bouncers? Can you bounce on him, please?
Honorable members, please take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. Honorable members, the House will schedule condolence motions in this regard in due course. We also wish other members of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education who were injured in a car accident a speedy recovery. These are Honorable Gina, Honorable Olis, and Honorable Macheke. The only item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. Honorable
Deputy Speaker.
My money?
Deputy Speaker,
Yes.
prior to, can we, because this motion of no confidence is going to be decided by secret ballot, we've got two people in the House here who are not allowed to vote because they're not members of Parliament. Can we propose that they excuse themselves for this process and then we participate as members of Parliament? That is Mr. Ntleko and Mrs. Mukonyan. So they must excuse themselves because we are going to engage in affairs that involve members of Parliament. And the two of them are not members of Parliament. Can they excuse us so that we are able to deal with business of the day, remove a person in their absence? Please.
Honorable Member, thank you very much. Honorable members, the business of the House will be conducted by the Chair appropriately, and at the appropriate times, if necessary, we will make the necessary procedures. Honorable Maimani?
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes. Please take your seat, honourable member. Yes, Honourable Singh.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, yesterday we made a request that the Chief Whips Forum meet, and we did meet earlier on today. And we agreed that the procedure for voting will be amended and distributed to all members. I'd like to know when that is going to be done because the debate's now starting. Thank you.
Honourable member, the people who know that will give an indication to you soon. They will be able to do that soon. Yeah, it's okay. Go ahead, Honourable Mr. Maiman.
Deputy Speaker, honourable members, comrades, fighters, Democrats, fellow South Africans, Bagaetsu, Dumelang. Last week we lost a colleague and a committed parliamentarian. Those who work closely with Honourable Timothy Khoza spoke of his big heart and his concern for others.
Honourable members,
he died while performing his duty, and that is how we will remember him, committed to the people, always trying to make a difference. Our thought and prayers are with him and his family and his party at such a difficult time. Honourable members, we may represent different parties in this House, but we are united in our love for our country and our loyalty to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. We may have different opinions, but we are not enemies. All of us sitting in this place, black, white, Indian, and colored, want South Africa to work, to be a prosperous nation that we know it can be. I became a member of parliament because I wanted to serve the people of this country. I wanted to make a difference. And I know that most of you who are sitting here are here for the same reasons. You want to do what is right, what is just, and what is honorable. We've all traveled a different journey to get here. And growing up in Soweto in the 1980s, I witnessed, like many of you, the sharp end of apartheid brutality. And I swore I would do all that I could with what I have to fight oppression in this country. I never imagined that one day I would be here in this parliament fighting a new form of oppression, a corrupt system that keeps our people imprisoned in poverty. If you told me that one day our democratically elected president would end up corrupted and captured by a criminal syndicate, I would have never believed you. But here we are. We've all traveled along different roads, but we've arrived at the same destination. We all have a choice today to do what is right, what is just, and what is honorable. I know many of you are tired of talking about President Zuma. So am I. And I'm tired of speaking about the Guptas. That is why we tabled this motion, so that we can move on from this disastrous chapter and focus on the things that matter to our people. Honorable members, this is a historic day. Indeed, since the dawn of our democracy, the stakes have never been higher. Our state has been captured. And we know this from the hundreds and thousands of emails that have been leaked. We know that from the testimony of members and former members of this House. As a result, our economy is in recession and our country has been downgraded to junk status. While the corrupt quickly exchange their stolen rands into dollars, it is ordinary South Africans who are hit hard. Fellow South Africans, I have seen with my own eyes the effects of poverty in communities across South Africa. I've spoken to people who collect spoiled meat from rubbish dumps to feed their families. I've met mothers who feed their children on sugar water and boiled weeds. I've heard of parents abandoning their babies, and I've heard of the good people turning to crime out of sheer desperation. Bagaetsho, matshelo a ma-Afrika Borwa a nna boima. Borotho bo tura gompieno go feta bone bo tura maabane. For malapa a mantsi, toro ya go nna le ntlo ya bone mo Afrika Borwa ga e sa tlhole le teng. Ba ba emetseng di-social grant ba sokola go tswelela pele. Di-grant tsa bone ga di kgone go ba tsweletsa pele. The value of pensions and savings is shrinking. Aksena mali ya ma-textbook, aksena mali ya ma-classroom, aksena mali ya scholar transport. And in fact, what is even more tragic is that more and more South Africans are running out of opportunity to find work. Fellow South Africans, honorable members, the choice that is before us is a simple one. Either we will allow one family, aided and abetted by our president, to take everything from us, or we, on behalf of the people of South Africa who elected us, take our country back. The choice before us today is not between yellow, red, or blue. It is not about party politics. It's not about who tabled this motion or who didn't. Today, our choice is between right and wrong, between good and evil. Today, we do what is best for our country, or we turn our back on it. When we vote today, let us recall the oath of office that each of us took when we stood here. That oath says, I swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa, and I will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other laws of the Republic. I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of our ability. All of us sitting in this place said those words right here in this house. But saying those words will mean nothing if today we don't put our words to action. Are we, honorable members, are we prepared to uphold the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and all other laws as we saw that we would? Voting in secret today means none of us have an excuse. We are all free to follow our conscience. If we fail to use this opportunity, history and many South Africans will judge us harshly, and the people of this country may never forgive us. I hold the hope that there are enough people in this house today.
Sorry, honorable member, please take your seat. Honorable members, can I plead with you that we lower our voices so that the speaker can be heard? We would like every speaker who's going to speak here to be listened to. This is presumably a very important debate. Thank you very much. Go ahead, honorable member.
I would hope that there are enough people in this house that will put politics aside and do what is right for the people who elected us. We are encouraged by the words of former Minister Pravin Gordhan, when he says, I think the president should move aside and let someone take over this country and reset the course, so that we can fulfill the kind of aspirations that Mandela and his generation held for our country. Honorable Gordhan, will you play your part today in resetting the course of history? We're encouraged by the words of Honorable Hanekon, when he says most MPs are senior members of the ANC, committed to South Africa and our movement. They'll do what is best for our country. We take heart, Ntate Ramaphosa, from your words when you spoke about state capture.
Order, the speaker.
Yes, honorable member, please take your seat, honorable member. Order. Honorable members, please. Order. Yes, honorable member, what are you rising on?
No, honorable speaker, honorable Maimane has failed to deal with Honorable Zille. So he can't tell us anything.
Oh, no, honorable member, that's not a point of order. Proceed, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Steenhuisen. Honorable Steen, can we allow the speaker to proceed? Because if we do that, we will take on time that we should be deserving to. I understand your consent. Can we proceed without allowing
Deputy
the
Speaker,
debate? Yes.
I rise on Rule 66.
Yes.
Members not to be interrupted, and particularly by spurious points of order. Now, the honourable member there does this in every debate. And I would ask that you urge him to refrain in this important debate from making himself look foolish and this House look foolish with these spurious points of order that are not points of order in terms of our rules.
Proceed, honourable member.
Ndade Ramaphosa, you said, I will not keep quiet and remain numb to what this means for our country and its people. We will protect those we will not protect those in our ranks who are involved in these actions. Ndade Ramaphosa, today, will you put your words to your actions? And then there was a frank admission by Honorable Blade Nzimande when he recalled the events that led to Polokwane in 2007. In fact, he said, had we known that our revolution and our struggle were going to be handed over to an immigrant Indian family going by the name of Gupta, we would have behaved differently. We would have never thought that Zuma was the right person to lead the ANC and to lead the alliance or the country for that matter. Babu Nzimande, are you prepared today to correct your mistakes of 10 years ago in this House? We were moved by the brave words of Honorable Khoza when she told President Zuma, South Africa no longer leads you. Uphold the ANC's constitution, uphold the country's constitution, and step aside. Your vote in this motion, Mamu Khoza, is the honorable and the ultimate service to our people. Honorable members, these statements reflect what many, if not most of you feel. Aside from the instruction given to the ANC caucus to follow the party line, who within the ANC and its alliance really wants Jacob Zuma, Ubabu Zuma. Amongst ANC stalwarts, the calls for him to step down have become a deafening chorus, with former presidents speaking out aloud. Former President Motlanthe is on record stating that if he were an MP, he'd support the motion to remove President Zuma. Former President Thabo Mbeki shared this sentiment when he said, it is obvious and logical that MPs must act in Parliament as the voice of the people, not the voice of the political parties to which they belong. Honorable members, I know what Nelson Mandela would have done in this House today, and you know it too. He once said, may your choices reflect your hopes and not your fears. I am asking you today to overcome your fears, to show courage when the people of this country need you the most. I am asking you to vote today, to vote for hope. The hope that we can defeat the corruption that oppresses our people. The hope that a prosperous nation at peace with itself and with the world. The hope, fellow South Africans, that we can make South Africa a better place for our children. If we do the right thing today, we will give our children a better future that they deserve. Vote for your hopes, honorable members, not your fears. Do the right thing today. Vote with your conscience and remove this corrupt and broken president from office. I plead you, let us put the people of South Africa first and vote to remove Jacob Zuma today. I thank you.
Honorable, the Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Doris Dakude.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, His Excellency the Deputy President, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, our guests in the gallery, I greet you all. Firstly, we extend our sincere and heartfelt condolences to the families of our comrades who were also members of this House, Honorable Bonomi, from KZN who passed on after a long battle with cancer. And also Honorable TZM Khoza from Mpumalanga, who died in a tragic car accident while on oversight visit to schools around Paarl. The ANC is much poorer without them. May their souls rest in peace. We also extend our best wishes to the committee members who were injured while on oversight. Honorable Gina, who is still in hospital, Honorable Cynthia Majeke and Honorable Ian Ollis, who are recuperating at home, including the bus of the minibus, Mr. Mayor. Honorable Speaker, as we celebrate the Women's Month, the ANC commits to creating a safe and secure environment for women. The ANC welcomes the Speaker's decision to opt for a secret ballot. We have always indicated our openness, either a secret or open ballot. Honorable Deputy Speaker, moving forward as parties and a country, we should reflect on whether it is desirable for public representatives to conduct their vote in secret. The inherent danger of such a practice being potential to use money to influence politics and the electorate, not knowing what their representatives voted for. Honorable Speaker, our Constitution, rules of the National Assembly and the joint rules of Parliament, Chapter 9 institution and the judiciary ensure that the executive accounts. The President has at least 4 question and answer sessions in this House where members have a responsibility to scrutinize executive decisions. Honorable Deputy Speaker, siyakwati sonke ukuthi umongameli unelungelo ngokwemthetho sisekelo ukuthi akhethe emalunga wecabinet aphinze futhi awashintshe kulungelo lakhe lalinikethwe emthetho sisekelo enesimalunga weANC siyakwati ukuthi sikhundla kukhongolose akusibo bukhosi siyabolekwa inkosi iyatalwa kepha thina siyakhethwa ngiyabonga sihlalo. Honorable Speaker, the haste for political showboating and vilification of the person of the President, not robust questioning of the office that is displaced by walkouts each time the President honors his obligation, undermines our responsibility. We are aware of all issues raised in our society. We acknowledge our mistakes and are committed to correct them. We aspire to be and to do right. As our former President Utatu Nelson Mandela explained, and I quote, "I am not a saint unless you think of a saint as a sinner who keeps on trying," close quote. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the May 2017 NEC Lekgotla and NEC agreed on the establishment of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry to investigate all allegations of state capture that are out there. The President has also committed to the establishment of that commission, of Judicial Commission of Inquiry. Honorable Speaker, this debate is about our integrity as the governing party, public representative, and the nation, which occurs in an environment where a democratically elected majority with policies for a radical impetus to a constitutional liberal democracy is pitted against an insurrectionist opposition anchored on a racial privilege, protectionism, and narrow populist nationalism. Honorable Speaker, the motion is their publicly stated intention of regime change, a wish to manipulate the legislature, usurp our constitution so as to collapse government. deter service delivery, and sow a seeds of chaos in society to ultimately grab power. A hypocritical opposition devoid of integrity disciplines its public representatives for voting with conscience for a service delivery budget. Shame of you. It is the same hypocrisy that vote in defense of its Western Cape leader, yet expects the ANC to vote otherwise. We are not sellouts. We know who sent us here. We will vote the ANC. Honorable Speaker, siyakwati sonke ukuthi likhetho lethu la eNingizimu Afrika maphathi kuphela la contesta likhetho. Tinhlangano tete politiki leti wina lukhetho. Tinhlangano tete politiki leti thumela abantu eParliament ukuthi batimele. Tinhlangano tete politiki leti niketa malunga awo eParliament ligunya lokuthi tendeni. Sonke sihleti la sithunyelwe tinhlangano tethu. Sonke sihleti la sithatha mandate from our parties. Akekho namunye lagini la ngathi yena uvota nganembeza wakhe. Sikubonile lokho kwendekile eMkhale City. Sikubonile makhansela lamanye eEFF ayabitwa ukuthi ajeziswe. Makhansela weDA ngokuvota ngonembeza abitiwe aba subjected to a lie detector test. What a shame on you. Honorable Deputy Speaker, sometimes our hurt is immeasurable, the anguish of our people insufferable, the propensity of our collective resilience beyond sustainability when tested. At times, the noise is too hard. It defends even the lucidity of reason, at which point we seek the easiest and quickest of exits, oblivious to our incalculable cost to ourselves as a people and party now into the future. It is yet at this very moment that our individual and collective integrity must propel us to rise above political expediency and personal distaste. Assume higher goals for our forebears and lodestars set for us as a people. The ANC rejects this motion with the contempt it deserves. I thank you.
Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to thank the incoming acting president, Baleka Mbete, for having been courageous enough to take a decision allowing the secret ballot to take place in this place today. Many in the ANC, including the officials of the ANC, have told her not to engage on issues of secret ballot, but to offer an open ballot. She went against the wishes of the officials of the ANC. We salute her for that. We are not here today to remove a democratically elected government of the ANC, which was voted for by our people in 2014. Whether we like it or not, we must at all times respect the wish of the people. And that's why we are here to make it very clear that ours today is not against the ANC, but against the father of Duduzane. We are here to remove Duduzane's father because Duduzane's father is the most corrupt individual in this country. I want to say to the comrades in the ANC, we warned you about Nkandla, and you did not listen to us when we spoke about Nkandla. In 2016, you lost some of the metros, and your response was, you should have acted better on Nkandla. Your response was, you could have handled this matter differently, and you committed that you are going to improve after those outcomes. From August 2016 till to date, there is no single improvement.
you have degenerated further. You have become worse than before the 3rd of August 2016. And now, can you imagine what is going to happen in 2019 if you are continuing the way you are going to continue here today? We want to say to you, we're not questioning whether the president has got powers to appoint a cabinet or reshuffle it. But we have a problem with a cabinet that gets reshuffled by people who are not elected. Because if a cabinet is reshuffled by the Guptas, then we know that the president is no longer executing his responsibility. We are rising against the Guptas who are reshuffling cabinet. We are rising against the Guptas who are appointing the boards in ESCOM, in PRASA, in Transnet, in SABC, in SAA. We are rising against the Guptas who have ensured that our economy is downgrading, that our economy is in recession. We are rising against those who have surrendered the people's power into a family of foreigners. That's what brings us here today. If the president had executed his responsibilities and respected his oath of office, we will not be here today. We will never call for removal of an elected president who respects his oath of office. So stop misleading yourself. Stop telling yourself a lie. The vote is secret. Your conscience will remain with you. You know we are telling the truth. We want to say to Honorable Kensani, you are doing very well in the energy department. We are unable to say so because of the things you said during Nkandla. You are writing your own history as you sit here. Even when you are going to perform better in future, we will have a difficulty because of the wrong history you have written. All of you sitting here individual, Honorable Deputy President, you are writing your own history.
Honorable
you will
member,
be judged according to the history you have written for yourself. I'm saying to Stellan Dabeni,
Honorable member, your time has
all
expired.
of you, these
Honorable
people
Malema.
will not be here when you are
Honorable
this
member.
side. Protect your future, Stella, by voting
Honorable Malema.
to Dizani out
Honorable
of power.
Malema, your time has expired.
Vote Zuma.
Honorable member, your time has
We
expired.
want
I have warned you that your time has expired. Honorable Malema, your time has expired. Honorable Malema, what's wrong with you? Honorable Buthelezi.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Your Excellency, our Deputy President, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of this House. I would like, first of all, to thank the Speaker for having used her discretion to allow this debate. I know most of the time she gets brickbats, but I think on this occasion, she deserves a bouquet. The poisonous seed of corruption was sown long before democracy, but its roots silently crept over the threshold along with a liberated nation. The axe of our highest ideals failed to destroy this strangling vine. Instead, it was nourished with every secret deal, irregular tender, and dishonored word until we reached the point that the unthinkable became possible when a sitting president lied to the parliament, lied to the people, trampled the Constitution, and sold the country to the highest bidder. Today, we as the custodians of our nation's well-being must act to save South Africa. This motion of no confidence is not against the ANC. We're not here to say ANC must fall. It is against corruption. It is against state capture. It is against one man. The president knows that I'm deeply uncomfortable speaking against my head of state. There are more people who are younger than myself are more comfortable saying "Pansi with Zuma," which I cannot say to an incumbent, head of state. I'm a patriot and a servant of this country. I believe in respecting the office of the president, and I've never attacked the office, either publicly or privately. I believe in protecting the dignity of this highest office in our land, which is why 10 years ago, I proposed separating the position of head of state from the head of government. That wasn't done, and now we've reached an impasse. To protect the dignity of the office of the president, I am forced to speak against the man who has brought that office into disrepute. Now, today, we must vote with our conscience, or we must face the righteous anger of millions of South Africans. They won't keep silent. They will express themselves not only through marches and protests, but through the ballot box. Colleagues, I've heard you saying we can't have our leader recalled by the DA. But this is not a DA initiative. Look outside. Look at the people lining the streets of Cape Town and Pretoria and marching in the cities across our nation. These are ordinary South Africans from all political persuasion, including the ANC. Their message is clear.
Honorable Shenge, I'm afraid your time is expired, sir. Honorable Kubisa.
Deputy Speaker, honorable members of this House, the NFP wants to convey its condolences to the families of the bereaved honorable members of this House, and also wishes those that are still in hospital a speedy recovery. Having said that, Speaker, today's debate is historic. Today's vote is crucial and critical. Never has South African society been so mobilized. No matter how the vote goes, for South Africans from all walks of life, they want change, they want action. South Africans of all persuasions feel betrayed, rejected, and made mockery in the eyes of their counterparts across the continent and other nations. Day by day, they see their hopes of a productive, thriving, rich, caring, and prosperous South Africa dashed. These masses of our people feel the pinch. That tells how important decisions taken in this House are. The National Freedom Party notes that various sectors and organs of our society have combined their efforts and have repeatedly spoken with one voice against maladministration, lack of service delivery, and graft that continues to define this administration. Perennial challenges seem to engulf the government of the day and show themselves in service delivery protests. Many South Africans are languishing in abject poverty and hunger, unemployment, lack of better resources like water and sanitation, electricity, water, roads, and that all defines their being. Economic resources keep shrinking and our economy is not growing, thus resulting in huge job losses and relegating the majority of our South Africans to utter despair. Most South Africans go to bed with empty stomachs, yet corruption from top to bottom is so rife and heavily embedded in government. We, however, cannot sit back and think that Mother Nature will bring a prosperous South Africa on a silver platter. We must do something, and every opportunity that avails itself must be used responsibly. Our society is the one whose foundations have been shaken. South Africa becomes a polarized nation on a daily basis. The rich becomes richer and the poor becomes poorer. The National Freedom Party believes that we have to work together as South Africans. Unity is not an option, it is a social-political imperative. We need to inculcate a new spirit of patriotism in our people, that they come together, air their views, air their dissent and dissent, march picket, but protect the physical structures and resources in our community. The National Freedom Party believes that we must mobilize and galvanize all sectors of society, all patriots who must stand together and speak with one voice and creatively come with new strategies and techniques to help constructively build, change our society for the better. This is our country. This is our children's country. We must protect this country for generations to come. We cannot behave like we do not care. For some time, opposition parties have spoken, some ANC members have been speaking, the civil society has been speaking, and everyone has been speaking about graft and abhorrent state capture in this country.
Honourable
It seems
member.
it fell on deaf ears. We want to say we must heed the words of
Time is
Nelson Mandela, who
expired.
said, "Let us never be unmindful of the terrible past from which we come,
Honourable
using
member.
that memory not as a means to keep us shackled to the past
Honourable
in a negative
Pubisa,
manner, but
that's a
rather a just
bad
remember of how
example you are
far we've
following.
come." Thank you,
Honourable
Chairperson.
member,
Thank you.
this is a bad habit you are following. Honourable Holomisa.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, honorable members, fellow South Africans. Following the success of the UDM by creating a safety net for all members of parliament through voting by secret ballot, we have to seize the opportunity to put the people and the country first. In this regard, let us vote against the abuse of power, the infamous bogus intelligence report, and the abuse of the resources of our people. Let us vote against the threats to our sovereignty and the constitutional order. Let us vote against Mr. Zuma, the chief architect of the state capture. As if that is not enough, Mr. Zuma had a courage to mislead this House about a bond to his private house. Later on, he went to the National Council of Provinces to mislead that house too. He said the public protector never gave him a fair chance to respond to allegations against him, yet he was given no less than 4 hours. In years to come, the history we are writing today shall not only be read and taught, but it will also determine the socio-economic and political future of our country. Whatever we do this afternoon, it must be for and about South Africa. The electorate has bestowed upon us a responsibility to collectively stay true to the vision, the mission, and goals of our country as espoused in our Constitution. We are also called upon to live up to the values and ideals of those who came before us and founded the constitutional democracy. Accordingly, these challenges must propel us to do everything within the confines of the law and redirect the downward trajectory that has visited our country under the leadership of Mr. Zuma into an opportunity to recapture the historic mission of our nation and constitution. Okokugqibela, ndinondlulele icarpet ndanirolela. Ndidlala unumber 6 apha kwipolitiki ndinifakela itroopers. Hambani ukora ke ngoku akusekho no-goalkeeper phaya. Zimthi pali, fakani ibhola. Nkosi.
Honourable Mabi.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Deputy President of the Republic, Vapedi vari ngwana llela nagana ya mukura setla umuneye. Today we are going to give it to our modern day fanatics of fame and fortune, the Democratic Alliance, who consistently want to appear as the authors of the moral script and custodians of good conduct in society. In the DA, the word revolution doesn't exist. Everything they do is guided by opportunism, lust, and desperation for fame. Our movement, the ANC, has led the charge in liberating the people of South Africa and leading the rest of society to a right path, one that has always been about reconstruction and development. We're entering this debate of yet another frivolous and fruitless motion of no confidence to primarily attend to the essence that this motion is grounded on. Any serious motion brought against a president duly elected by the National Assembly, specifically one that impinges on the character of the president, need to be well researched with necessary empirical data and backed by substantiated and verified reports, and not gossips and hearsays, doctored to appear as facts. The worst to happen is believing on your own propaganda, a path the DA seems to be following. And as Thomas Sankara has it, we in the ANC, the movement of the people, are not against progress, but we do not want progress that is anarchic and criminally neglects the rights of others. We in the ANC continue to draw strength from our forebears and with one such being Tata Nelson Mandela, whose words of wisdom continue to resonate with our efforts to build a country for all. For the benefit of the proposers of this frivolous motion, who are clearly guided by the distraction and a greater will to try everything to try and undermine what has been done, including approaching the courts with the aim of liquidating the people's revolution, is talent where Tata Nelson Mandela warned. It is so easy to break down and destroy. The heroes are those who make peace and build. There is no right-thinking movement rooted amongst the people, driven by the greater love for humanity, which can vote in favor of entrenching minority interest and extracting a people-centered government from power. Today, we're taking full control of this debate, performing to the fullest and without a hint of doubt our leadership role, including dictating on what needs to happen. So what are we confronted with as the nation that requires ANC leadership? We have before Parliament the 2016 State of Capture report from the previous public protector, which this Parliament is beginning to apply its mind on, thanks to the ANC leadership in caucus. In applying our minds, we are well aware that the State of Capture report was concluded rapidly, containing very serious findings and recommending very specific remedial action. In this regard, our president, the president of the ANC and that of the Republic, President Jacob Zuma, is already leading the charge, undertaking the process to establish a judicial commission of inquiry with rigor and honor for its conclusions on the allegations made to have a measure of credibility. The outrage in public over the levels of perceived and real corruption must be urgently addressed by this Parliament. As public representatives, led by the ANC and with the support of other political parties, we have already initiated a process that will allow complete expression by all political parties as representatives of our people. This process allows for the necessary examination, scrutiny, and testing of the veracity of allegations contained in various reports currently before Parliament. It is the existence of these various multi-party instruments within Parliament, like ad hoc committees, that are necessary to assert accountability and a continued oversight role to regularly attend to instances of wrongdoing and consolidate good governance. And consistent with our resolve to represent all of our people fairly, where Parliament might not have necessary capacity, we regularly defer such to structures in our society that are set up to investigate, so that the public interest, our democracy, our constitution, the program of government informed by the governing party must succeed, since its design is to improve the lives of our people and give them secure future. Already the portfolio committees of public enterprise, home affairs, and the standing committees of public accounts is leading the way, with transport and mineral resources set to follow. So while as the DA motion seeks to dislodge the state president and de facto his appointed cabinet, bring about a collapse in the executive, and serve their stated desire to force the country to go to early national and provincial elections, the ANC position to say the nation is speaking and has spoken, and having listened, we are responding. The public correctly hates corruption. The public correctly hates corruption, theft, and other forms of public and private sector perceived and real corruption. And as a public representative, we are duty-bound to investigate these allegations, both real and perceived. We must bring experts and analysts to test the veracity of allegations and to come to a determination on what must happen to those who are implicated, irrespective of who it is. As progressive Democrats, allow a fair, open, and due process to take place. While as public opinion is critical, which public representatives must appreciate and respect, the court of public opinion must not be allowed to become the benchmark of decision-making, as this will collapse the structures that the state, the constitution, and the law has put in place to test the veracity of allegations, claims, and counterclaims. This is even more important today, where social media seeks to influence the outcomes even without subjecting itself to the test of veracity. The ANC will not lean to opposition parties, especially yourselves, and remove its president, as we know that these opposition parties are working overnight to dislodge the ANC and extract it from power without following due processes. This is another special coup d'etat. This motion is nothing else but a test of character. We refuse to be directed by the DA and the rest of the opposition. Parliament must act on the balance of evidence, not on the allegations of the DA motion. Establish wrongdoing and then act, not the other way around. Otherwise, everyone can see that this is merely opportunistic. The Constitution requires that we as parliamentarians apply our minds. The antithesis of this is to speculate and indulge in generalities. The fact that we are being asked to commit ourselves to something which opposition parties don't apply themselves to in their own leadership, is common cause and will not say to those parties, which include the mover of today's motion of no confidence, you will never convince any conscious MP by being yourself inconsistent. Courts of law apply this principle, and today you want to lower the standards we have set to govern the country in order that you benefit as a party. Let me come to the other part of the DA motion, which speaks to the matters of economic concern, which are directly attributed to the president. It's important you listen because you are going to learn a few things. The classic and dishonest way...
Honorable Mabi, I'm afraid your time has expired, sir.
We will never vote to remove the ANC from power. We're going to consistently educate you on what the ANC has done.
Honorable Mabi? No. Honorable Groenewald?
Agbare adjunct speaker, die vraag wat ons vir onsself moet vra is, wanneer kan die mense van Suid-Afrika vertroue hê in 'n president? Die mense kan vertroue hê in 'n president wanneer daardie president sê hy tree in belang van die mense op. Wanneer 'n president bereid is om verantwoordelikheid en aanspreeklikheid te aanvaar vir die dade van die regering of dade wat hy toelaat, dan kan ons sê dit is 'n verantwoordelike president waarin ons vertroue kan uitspreek. But Honorable Deputy Speaker, what we have in South Africa is a president who is constantly doing blame shifting. It's never the fault for or of the president. It's always someone else's fault. It's always shifting the blame. If the economy doesn't grow, it is because of white monopoly capital. It's shifting the blame. That is what you are doing. And I want to say to the honorable members of the ANC today, if you do not, and listen carefully, if you do not give the support to this motion and remove the president who's a blame shifter, then you say to the people of South Africa, the problem is not the president, the real problem is the ANC government. That is what you say. And then the ANC government must be replaced. And that is going to happen. But I also want to say to the honorable members of the ANC, and you must listen very carefully, I am a realist when it comes to politics. I want to say to the honorable members of the ANC specifically, the choice today is not only a choice for or against the motion. There is an alternative of abstain. And if you, I understand, you must protect your party, but if you want to prove to the people of South Africa that you do listen to their needs, then I'm asking you, abstain from this vote and give a message to your president to say that we don't have confidence in you. You have the choice. The Freedom Front Plus will support this motion of no confidence because we don't have any confidence in a blame shifter for president. I thank you.
Honorable Lekota.
Within the confines of Robben Island.
Order, honorable members.
Within the confines of Robben Island, the leading lights of our movement, the African National Congress, taught us that the struggle we were waging was not a sectarian struggle. It was a struggle for the people of South Africa to enjoy democracy and a better life for all. Those stalwarts that taught that included the late Walter Sisulu, Nelson Mandela, Govan Mbeki. No, they taught me, not you. You were not there. You were not there. They also taught us that it was crucial always to be truthful and honest. A consequence of which one of them said, I have nothing, I'm here on Roboland, I have nothing, only prison clothes. But a critical thing I have is the integrity, the truthfulness to my people. I told them I would never betray my commitment to them that I'll fight for justice. And although I have nothing, I am remembered because I have not lied to them. Here we have a situation of an individual, a leader, who promised our people to uphold the Constitution, but has been found by the highest court of our country to have lied to the people because he did not uphold it. If I was asked to vote for such a man, I would refuse. And I invite you, the whole House, don't vote for anybody who lied for our people. Secondly, here we have to decide an individual entrusted with the budget of our nation then took that and stole for himself and stole with his friends, the Guptas, and so on. Such an individual has lied to our people. Please don't vote for someone, all of us, don't vote for someone who lied to our people and stole their money. Thirdly, here we have to vote around the issue of an individual who entrusted with the responsibility to govern our country before our nation, and the nation promised that he was going to do so. And then gave that responsibility to some foreigners to compose our cabinet, to manipulate it, to give it instructions day and night. And we've only discovered in the recent weeks that don't vote for such an individual.
Honorable Kota,
vote for someone who will be trustworthy for the people to the people of our country.
Honorable Kota, your time has expired.
I appeal to all of you, my comrades, this side and this side.
Honorable
We must
Kota.
vote for someone we can trust. Forget about me.
Kota, na kwa ifedile ndate hautli. Samaya hendat. Okay, please ndat.
Deputy Speaker, honourable members, the ACDP welcomes the Speaker's decision yesterday to allow for today's motion of no confidence in President Zuma to be voted on by secret ballot so that members of this House be able to vote according to their conscience. If we thought that Nkandla debacle was scandalous, the extent of revelations of state capture borders on being treasonous. Former Finance Minister Pravin Gordhan has estimated that state capture has cost the country in excess of 100 billion rands. In attempting to persuade ANC members from supporting this motion, Honorable Mthembu stated, and I quote, President Zuma's removal from office would have the impact of a nuclear bomb and would be disastrous if it happens. But we are saying today, we do not agree with Honorable Mthembu. We believe the opposite to be the truth. What could be worse, Deputy Speaker, than President Zuma enabling large-scale state capture and recklessly reshuffling his cabinet to benefit the Guptas? In an open letter to ANC MPs, Reverend Mos Nkla said, and I quote, "You stand at a crossroads where you can either choose to continue to put the country through its current trauma, or you can choose to focus on the common good by ensuring that this president is impeached as soon as possible," close quote. On behalf of the ACDP, I want to take this opportunity to commend those courageous ANC MPs who have, despite personal threats to their safety, stood their ground and spoke out against state capture and corruption. It is those courageous MPs who know that this motion is not only about opposition politics, but rather it is about the very soul and survival of our country. That's why we expect all members of this House who love this country to support this motion. Deputy Speaker, change, we believe, must start from the head, or all other efforts to restore order will be in vain. We agree with the Honorable Makosi Khosa, who is on record as saying that this motion today, and I quote, it is a critical step in taking back our democracy, which has been usurped by a suffocating web of greed, corruption, and patronage, and which she believes has become the hallmark of the current ANC leadership. It is disgraceful, Deputy Speaker, that some in the ANC are rushing to censure Honorable Khosa while President Zuma is not being held to account. He has avoided accountability for too long and is no longer fit to hold office. We have said it in the past in this House, and we repeat it again, that the writing is on the wall. The president has been weighed in the scales and found wanting. Today, the president must be discharged. All members of this House must vote the president out. Thank you.
Honorable Fandam.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the eyes of our nation are on this parliament today, watching and waiting and hope. The people of South Africa have the expectation that we will bring them a new beginning today, and we dare not fail them. I stand here today to make an impassioned plea to members of the ANC not to disappoint the people of our country again. In particular, I ask you not to disappoint the millions of South Africans who have stood by you through thick and thin. If you keep Jacob Zuma as president today, many of your faithful supporters will no longer call the ANC their home. It will be difficult for them to leave, but leave they will.
Yes.
When you cast your votes...
Honorable Fandam, please take your seat.
I rise on rule number 85.
Yes.
If Honorable Fandam can call the president the Honorable or Mr. Orubaba.
Yo, angizokwazi, Mama.
That's correct. Go ahead, Honorable Member. That's correct.
When you cast your vote today, honorable members, also think of the South Africans who struggle every day to survive. These are South Africans who had hoped that after 23 years of freedom, life would have gotten better. These are the gogos who live in dire poverty. These are the mothers who cannot feed their children. These are the fathers who are losing their jobs as our economy continues to fail, factories and mines closing down. The people of South Africa, Honorable Deputy Speaker, place in this parliament their hope that a better South Africa can start today. Setting our country back on track requires the removal of the corrupt system which Jacob Zuma and his insiders have created. Now it is time to take action against our country's captured president.
Honorable Fandam, a point was raised about calling members that. No, you call him a Mr. or Honorable. You know, it's the rule.
No president who has stolen the people's money, violated our constitution, and broken his oath of office should be protected by this august house and its members. Time and time again, the members on my right have protected this man. They have defended him, they have backed him, and there is simply no excuse to do so again. I listened to ANC speaker after ANC speaker today. Number one, you could barely mention Mr. Jacob Zuma by name. And number two, none of you actually spoke about why this House must vote against this motion of no confidence. You have no confidence in Jacob Zuma, so support this motion. This is not a motion against the ANC. This is not a motion to remove the ANC government. It is a motion to remove Mr. Jacob Zuma. Let us remember why we are here today. The DA tabled this motion because of Mr. Jacob Zuma's Gupta-sponsored cabinet reshuffle, which tanked our economy and set our country straight to junk status. We are seeing consequences of this day after day as life gets more expensive and hundreds of thousands of jobs are
Honorable
lost.
Deputy Speaker, I would like to address you. It cannot be accepted that an honorable member I raised the point of order on 85. He keep continually and deliberately
She's corrected herself, Honorable Member.
No, but he's doing it again.
Order, honorable members, order. Order, honorable members, you don't.
As more and more details of the Gupta control of our government emerge, it is clear that Jacob Zuma has sold out our country, including his own party.
Honorable member,
Today, honorable members,
you keep repeating that. No, call the president or mister. You know that.
as more and more details emerge of the Gupta control of our government emerge, it is clear that Mr. Jacob Zuma has sold our country out, including his own party. Today, honorable members, please do the right thing. Please put South Africa first. Please put an end to the Zuma oligarchy. If you will not do it for yourselves at the ANC or the people of this country, do it for the struggle heroes who gave their lives for this democracy and must be turning in their graves when they see what has become to a once glorious movement. The votes we need to put South Africa first sit in your hands at the ANC. This is a rare moment, a chance to do right by the people of South Africa. Can we ignore the millions who are unemployed and losing their jobs? Can we ignore the hungry, the impoverished? Can we ignore the grand corruption of this man, Mr. Jacob Zuma? History will judge you as the ANC if you again choose to protect Jacob Zuma. A better South Africa can start today.
Order, Deputy Speaker. Order, Deputy Speaker. This side.
Yes, Honorable Van Dam, take your seat. Yes, Honorable Member.
All right, the Speaker, I raise on Rule 85.
Yeah.
The Honourable Member continuously call the President by his first name.
Okay.
And he knows very well that is not allowed.
Okay.
And I think he's doing it deliberately.
Okay.
Actually, it's a Van Dam.
Clearly, that member not only wants to be the Mampara of the month, but the Mampara of
Honorable
this term.
Honorable Van Dam, honorable members, when we request you to obey the rules, it's because we want you to respect the House. Are you listening, Honorable Van Dam? Respect the House and its rules. If you show contempt to the rules, that's out of order, and you know that. Don't do that again.
I said Mr. Zuma repeatedly.
No. Don't deny anything. We are listening to you. Please proceed.
History will judge you badly as the ANC if you choose to again protect Jacob Zuma. A better South Africa can start, Mr. Jacob Zuma, sorry. A better South Africa can start today, but only if you put South Africa first. The people of South Africa are watching. For once, please do the right thing. Fire Mr. Jacob Zuma.
The Honorable Minister of Defense and Military Veterans, Honorable Nosviwe Ngakula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, and honorable members of this House. Today's session in this House has attracted, in my view, more attention in our country and even abroad, to even surpass the opening of Parliament and the delivery of the President's State of the Nation address. But we've been here before, 7 times in the last 7 years. The only difference today is that the process of voting will be secret. The reason it is secret is because there is some belief amongst the opposition parties that some ANC members in this chamber will vote with them, thus giving a boost to their no confidence motion to oust the president. In other words, they want those ANC members to help them topple the ANC. The sponsor of this motion, the Honorable Maimane, has said on a number of occasions that President Zuma is not the real target. He is but a small aspect of their strategy. The target is the ANC.
Honorable Minister, please take your seat. Yes, Honorable Ndlozi.
Deputy
What are you
Speaker,
raising on?
I think the speaker on the platform is deliberately misleading the House. in that we are looking to topple the ANC.
Honorable member.
That is not true.
Honorable member, that's not
Can
a point
you
of
be honest
order.
yourself, Mama?
Honorable,
and speak from your
Honorable
conscience.
Lozi, take your seat. That's not a point of order.
There are other leaders on the opposition benches here in this House who have expressed a similar sentiment. As Honorable Malema yesterday said, their goal is to remove the ANC from power. They want the ANC members to help them fulfill that ambition. They believe the time is now ripe for them to further exacerbate the problems of the African National Congress. The ANC leadership...
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes. What are you raising, honorable member?
It's out of order to misrepresent what the Commander-in-Chief of the EFF has said. He never said that the ANC will remove itself in 2019.
Honorable
We're
member.
saying for this process, we're going to remove the father of Edward and Duduzan.
Honorable
Those
member.
are the targets that we're dealing with now.
Honorable
And
member,
then
take your seat.
In 2019, we'll deal with elections.
Honorable
so
Minister,
don't
proceed.
misrepresent the CIC
Honorable Shivambo.
to argue a narrow point because it's not a reflection of reality.
Honorable
He never said what
Shivambo,
he said
take
he
your
said.
seat, please. That's not a point of
Thank
order.
you
Go ahead,
very much, Honorable Floyd. I'm sure
No, on a point of order.
if you go back to the news
point
yesterday
of
and
order,
the
Deputy
interview you had,
What's your point
you
of
will
order,
hear
Honorable,
exactly
Honorable
what I
Minister? Please
said.
take your seat. Yes.
No, she's lying about me in my presence here.
Honorable Malema.
And she's too old to be engaged in such.
Honorable Malema.
I want to respect her, but she can't lie about me.
Honorable Malema.
I said yesterday,
Honorable
this
Malema.
is about
Honorable Malema. I'm
Edward's
talking.
father.
Honorable Malema.
It's not about you, it's about Edward's father.
Honorable Malema.
I'm focusing on Edward's father. That's
Honorable
what I'm focusing
Malema.
on.
Honorable Malema. You can't say a member is lying. You know that. Withdraw that. No, withdraw that. You can't say that in the House.
Okay,
unless
I
you do so.
withdraw. I withdraw. But
please.
you are misrepresenting
No,
the truth,
no.
Mama.
Don't
Edward's
do that.
father. Let's
Honorable
focus
member.
on Edward's father, please.
Honorable Malema, you are out
They
of
want
order.
ANC members
Proceed,
to help
Honourable
them
Minister.
fulfill that ambition. They believe the time is now ripe for them to further exacerbate the problems within the African National Congress. The ANC leadership admitted publicly that the movement was experiencing big problems as a consequence of the wayward behavior of some of its members. When the ANC held the 105th anniversary celebration on the 8th of this year, January, we told South Africa through the president about those issues. We were open as we publicly admitted that some of our members were involved in corrupt activities, were encouraging factionalism in our structures, and destroying in the circumstances the unity that our forebears forged amongst South Africans to construct a country that would belong to all who live in it, black and white. We've publicly admitted that the ANC has these days become indeed a house divided. Our message of the 8th of January included the following lines, and I quote, "The people have told us that we are too busy fighting each other and we do not pay sufficient attention to their needs. Our own research and interactions with members of the ANC demonstrate clearly that the people abhor the apparent preoccupation with personal gain. People are clear. Their main priorities are jobs, fighting crime and corruption. Our task, therefore, is to grow the economy, create jobs, and rigorously fight crime and corruption. The opposition in this House are doing all they can, including sponsoring this motion, further to divide the ANC so that we are a shadow of what we were during the 2019 general election. And they want the ANC members to help them achieve that goal. The word conscience has been bandied about so many times in the past while. People have been calling on members of the ANC to use their conscience to remove President Zuma, as if we ordinarily have no conscience. But let me tell you what exactly my conscience is. It reminds me that it was South African voters who sent us to our parliament to represent them, all of us, ruling party and the opposition. The ANC has received more votes than all the parties in the chamber and became the ruling party since the first election in 1994. My conscience tells me we all need to respect the voters that brought us here. The only way the ANC can lose power is by way of a negative vote at the next general election. We cannot use means other than the people's votes to try and topple the ANC. Remember, as you yourselves in the opposition benches have said, the ANC is the target. Removing the ANC from power is the main aim. You said it. Let's go to a general election. Let's go to a general election. We should not use other tactics to get rid of a governing party. That would be akin to a coup. There is a phrase I also want to introduce in the context of this debate, political consciousness. My political consciousness tells me I have a duty to defend the African National Congress. I'm standing here on this podium to defend the ANC. I spent my youth as a member of the ANC. I am now approaching the twilight of my political career. I came into this house in 1994 as part of the first parliament.
Point of order, Jim.
I've been a leader in
Point
the
of
ANC.
order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you.
Honourable Minister, yeah. Honourable Member, what are you raising on?
Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. There are people, RPM in particular here, who are clapping very loudly. Okay. Can you please coach them? What's the rule of...
All right. Honourable members and our guests in the gallery don't participate by way of clapping or shouting. We welcome your presence nevertheless. Please obey the rules of your invitation. Thank you. Go ahead, Honourable Minister.
Therefore, I've served my people the best way I could in those years, but I will always defend the ANC for as long as it is at the helm and in contact with the
Deputy
people of
Speaker,
South Africa.
On a point
Perhaps
of order.
in keeping with the historical significance of the
Honourable
moment,
Minister, please take
we
your seat.
should
What's the
allow
point
this-
of order?
The rules are clear that members must stick to the topic of debate. Sithetha ngotata kaDuduzane Zuma namhlanje,
Honourable
not
member,
about the ANC.
that's not a
Can
point
you
of
please
order.
focus, Mama?
Honourable member.
We are not talking about you being here
Honourable
since
member.
1994.
Honourable member, stop
It's
talking.
like you are
I'm
applying
switching
for
off
a
your
job to
microphone.
us.
No,
We are
Honourable
talking
member, I'm switching off your microphone. Take your seat.
Mamelake.
Honourable Minister, please proceed with your debate.
Andikakamboni uDuduzane la echambeni.
Honourable member,
Andikakamboni
Honourable Minister,
no-Edward la
proceed with your debate.
Perhaps in keeping with the historical significance of the moment, a point
Honourable Minister, please take your seat. Yes, Honourable Member.
Yeah.
What are you raising on, Honourable Minister?
Deputy Speaker, I rise on rule number 92, a point of order. Rule number 2, Chairperson, clearly states that members must stand up with a point of order and indicate which rule are they referring to. Ngiyacela Chair ukuthi ake usincede kulabantu abadisturba uSisnosiviwe ekhuluma. Chairperson, you are allowing particularly the EFF not only to disrupt but to make political statements. We are all capable of doing that, but there are rules of the House. So let nonsense esihleli lapha.
Honourable Minister, Honourable Minister, I haven't allowed anybody to break the rules. I have told them to not to do that, and you are falsely accusing me. It's incorrect. Honourable, what are you raising, Honourable Member?
Honourable member says uzibambe lezinto.
No.
Who is izinto here? Can you please tell her to withdraw those words? Honourable
Gadi, take your seat. I've heard you. Take your seat.
Yes,
Take your seat,
that.
Honourable Member. I've heard you. Honourable Minister, did you say that? Honourable Minister, did you say that?
Izinto ziyazazi zona.
Honourable,
That's it.
Honourable Minister, you can't say that. You have to withdraw that. Honourable Minister, you have to withdraw this. That's not said in the House.
I withdraw.
Unconditionally, please. Honourable members, order. Honourable members, order.
Honourable Speaker.
Honorable Deputy
Honorable Malema, what are you raising on now?
Next time you must bring breathalyzers here, man.
No, man. Honorable.
How can a normal sober person say such?
Honorable Malema, you are out of order, and you must withdraw that. Honorable Malema, withdraw that. Honorable member, you withdraw that. Any member here, what breathalyzer here? Withdraw it, Honorable Malema.
What is unparliamentary about that?
No, withdraw your statement, Honorable member.
Which rule are you applying?
I will remind you of something.
Honorable members.
We have used the word breathalyzer in this parliament before, and there was never such a ruling.
Honorable Chivamo, who gave you the right to speak?
On the point
Take
of
your
order.
seat. Take your seat. Honorable Malema, I requested you to withdraw imputing what you imputed on the member.
I withdraw because I don't want you to chase me out. I want to vote a criminal
Take your
out.
seat. Take your seat, Honorable member.
Honorable
Take your seat.
Deputy Speaker.
Speaker.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable members. Honorable member. Honorable Minister, please proceed.
Honorable Deputy
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable members.
On the point of order, Chair.
Yes, Honorable member.
I'm rising on Rule 84. Honorable Malema has just said that he's going to vote a criminal out. It is unparliamentary. Please.
Honorable Malema, did you say that?
Yes, I did.
Withdraw that, Honorable member.
I withdraw. I want to vote a crook out.
Honorable Malema, withdraw that. Withdraw that.
I withdraw. I want to vote Lemene out.
Honorable Malema, you
Is that
withdraw
unparliamentary?
You withdraw unconditionally, or you'll have to take consequences of your decision.
I withdraw.
Take your seat, Honorable member.
Unconditional.
Yes.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable member, what are you rising on?
Honorable Deputy Speaker,
Yes.
the minister earlier did not withdraw unconditionally. She said she draws.
Honorable member.
There is a difference between drawing and withdrawing. So she must withdraw and not just draw.
Honorable member, please take your seat. That's frivolous. Go ahead, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. On the 23rd of May 2014, the then leader of the Democratic Alliance, Honorable Helen Zille, while making her final election campaign, called to the voters, summed up the message of her party when she said this to South Africans, and I quote, "Remember that in a democracy, the government is supposed to work for you. You hire it and you fire it. And we all know how it is done. You hire with your vote and you fire with your vote," close quote. Few days later, South Africans voted in an overwhelming majority and rejected her invitation to fire the ANC government. She was correct, however, in her assertion that we all know how it is done, referring to the electoral process as the most credible test to determine what the people want. It is the only way voters can truly express themselves directly on what is best.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
What's your point of order, Honorable member? Honorable Minister, please take your seat.
Section 102 of the Constitution says a president can be removed, and that is legal. The Speaker cannot mislead the nation by saying that as a president can only be removed by a general election.
Take
She
your
must
seat, Honorable
withdraw
member.
that statement, please.
No. That's a political statement, Honorable member. Take your seat. Proceed.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, it is, however, also important to make the following point by continuing to place their confidence and their hopes in the ANC. Our people do not do so out of an act of naivety. Neither do they do it so out of a belief that they owe the ANC anything. Their reason for their support is that they remember that the ANC was the premier force that led them in struggle to liberate our beloved country. To round off my input, let me remind you, honorable members, especially ANC members, that this movement does not belong only to South African masses. It is a movement of the people of the continent. What used to be the ANC anthem, based on Enoch Sontonga's composition,
Honorable Minister,
Africa,
I'm afraid
continues
your name is-
to be the
your time
national
has
anthem
expired.
of some of the continent's countries. They claim the ANC is their own and want
Honourable
the ANC
Minister,
to go
your time
to do
has
good.
expired.
Thank you very much, Honourable.
Honorable Gallo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the 13th annual Steve Biko Memorial Lecture delivered at the University of Cape Town in 2012, Ben Okri decried the posture that the liberation movements assume once they have waged a struggle against oppressive regimes. He eloquently rubbished the movements, arguing that they come, eat, and squander the possibilities of their times. Honorable Speaker, the agility of the ANC is dwindling, and its political ancestors are turning against the tide. Lest we forget that the negotiated political pact in 1994 was far more than that we bargained for. It introduced checks and balances as oversight instruments over the executive. Members of parliament are lip-bound by their oath of office and affirmation. This indeed is an oath that ought to pursue public good in favor of the poor and the marginalized. In hindsight, this House is well versed in the recent Constitutional Court ruling in the secret ballot case, where the Chief Justice Mogoeng warned parliamentarians to be circumspect when they strike a delicate balance between party interests and their duties as members of parliament. It is this balance that will determine whether the lifespan of our parliamentary democracy would withstand the test of time. Our hard-won constitutional democracy cannot be paralyzed by a mob of constitutional delinquents who have no regard for the letter, spirit, and purport of our national blueprint. It is a matter of grave concern that a country so imbued by economic probity and tight fiscal consolidation is now teetering on the brink of technical recession. The members of the ANC should be able to establish moral fortitude and rise to the occasion. Honorable Speaker, the values that underpins our constitutional democracy were not designed to fulfill nefarious ends, but to ensure that the conduct of members of parliament is in sync with the principles of responsiveness, openness, and accountability from the executive. It is entirely upon members of parliament
Honorable
to choose
I'm afraid
what
your time
all
has
South
expired,
Africans
sir.
have been praying for, accountability from the executive. I thank you.
Honorable Klowama.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, honorable members. The bad spell of the Guptas is too powerful. I can't recognize Minister Kigaba anymore. I can't recognize Minister Msewizi Zwane anymore. Honorable members, President Zuma has stabbed the constitution of this country with a knife. His presidency is more like a kiss of death to the future and economic recovery of this country. President Zuma is beyond redemption. With his countless scandals, he can win awards in prison. Honorable members, President Zuma is a weapon of economic destruction. Those who will vote for Zuma are worse than those who killed Ruth First and Chris Hani.
Honorable member, President or Mr. Zuma. Let's obey the rules of the House, okay? It's not about your opinions, it's about the rules of the House. Let's stick to them. Go ahead, honorable member, just ignore them.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, We cannot afford to be led by someone who opened the doors for pirates, like the Guptas. Our country has been surrendered to asset strippers. If President Zuma survived this motion, we are truly on a highway to hell. The economic revolution of this presidency is the Gupta revolution. This president tolerates pillage of state funds. Honorable members, the Gupta empire is spreading like an infectious disease, and the family of the president are beneficiaries. Honorable members, the power of the executive has been outsourced. The Gupta family has become our cabinet. We are a nation deceived and manipulated. Therefore, removing President Zuma is not an option, but a must. Honorable members, it is my plea that today you must show your courage. You must show your love for this country. We must make sure that we protect the future for generations to come. I beg you, even those we know that they are natural born cowards, today we are expecting you to rise above the occasion. Honorable members, I expect not to see this president sitting in this chair anymore. I can't tolerate him in this National Assembly anymore. We don't want to see any state of the nation addressed by President Zuma. At least, Deputy President, please today prove me wrong that you are one of the bravery. I knew you. I want to see you remembering the 1986 march that you used to lead. Please lead us today. Let us remove this president. I thank you.
Honorable Mbinda.
Deputy Speaker, honorable members, the PAC notes the vote of no confidence as tabled before this parliament today, which has found popular expression as the Zuma must go choir. The PAC, however, does not see the vote of no confidence against President Zuma as a solution to the problem of corruption and patronage as perpetrated by the ruling party. As the PAC, we exist solely to serve the African people and them alone. We therefore will not be used or persuaded into being part of any imperialist agendas aimed at galvanizing the forces of capitalism against the very African people we are sworn to serve. Therefore, as PAC, we have decided to focus on what matters most, the return of the land back to its rightful owners and wealth of our country. However, the PAC has observed that throughout the post-94 dispensation, the very ANC which too claims to be in service of our people has continued to protect and maintain the existence of the capitalist and colonial structure of our economy. Changing of faces of warm bodies will not benefit the interest of the African people, but it will benefit those that are in the ruling elite. President Zuma is an individual pursuing the programs of the ANC. So what you need to do is just to remove the ANC. The ANC has entrenched liberal policies whilst widening the gap between the haves and the have-nots. It is therefore our view that the capitalist imperialist economic setup which deprives the African people of opportunities cannot be overthrown through a vote of no confidence, but rather through a changing of the constitution and the abandoning of the evil system of capitalism. In so doing, we will there begin to address the issues of corruption in the ANC-led government, which are largely part of a culture and a norm centralized in the office of the president. Thank you.
Honorable Godi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, comrades, honorable members, fellow Azanians. The African People's Convention has always made concrete analysis of concrete conditions and take decisions in the interest of the African nation and the working class. The APC has resolved that we will not abstain in this vote. We will vote. We will vote in support of good governance, against corruption, and the course of fundamental transformation of the political, socio-economic power relations which have been sustained and reproduced in the era of freedom. So the APC will vote in support of the motion before the House. Our vote is a protest against mismanagement, corruption, maladministration, and the thieving of public resources. Ours is a vote demanding public leadership that is ethical, upright, honest, earnest, focused, and resolved in serving the people. We want revolutionary morality as the bedrock that informs public leadership. Forge exemplary conduct. Everything for the people and nothing against the people. Ours is a vote in protest against the perpetuation and reproduction of the poverty, unemployment, and inequality inherited from white minority rule. The rich have become richer, whilst the poor continue to live in gut-wrenching poverty, drowning in their misery with gangs, drugs, alcoholism, femicide, diseases, violence, etc. Let those who love their people and progress join the APC in the cause of Pan-Africanism and socialism. Fellow Azanians, I thank you for your kind attention. I thank you.
Honorable Minister of Arts and Culture, Natim Tetwa.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, Deputy President, ministers, deputy ministers, colleagues, members of parliament. One of the ramifications of unipolar world order is the imperialist machination of demanding regime change in countries across the global south. Often, this is the removal from office of those heads of state and government who refuse to kowtow to the reactionary interest of an oppressive global hegemony. Similarly, the call for regime change in South Africa today is a ploy to destabilize, subvert, and undermine our democratic order.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Into a constitutional
Point of order, Deputy
Honorable
Speaker.
Minister, please take your seat. Yes, Honorable Gadi.
Deputy Speaker, you are requested to ensure that there is
What rule is that?
The point of order, Rule 92.
No, what about Rule 92?
Honorable Speaker, I will read for you the rules if you don't know them.
You don't know them. That's why you need help.
I'm telling you, it's Rule 92. You want the page?
Yeah, what do you want to address, Honorable Member?
I want to address the misrepresentation by the minister who speaks of regime change and
Honorable Member, that's not a point of order. No, that's not a. No,
it's not. He must not misrepresent us here. It's about Tutuzane's father here.
Honorable Gadi, take your seat.
It's not about the change of government.
That's not a point of order.
We can't allow that to be misrepresented here.
Honorable Member?
Thank you.
No, that's not a point of order, and screaming won't make it so. Go ahead, Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for that commercial break. They seek the back door because they are not Democrats. They seek the back door because as true agents of apartheid, together with their former homeland government stooges and puppets on the left of this House, they long for days of minority rule, the dark days when a small illegitimate handful could boss the people around. They seek the back door, what they fail to win through ballot, as they contest the ANC all the time and get defeated. We know very well that their target is not president alone. They
Order,
have no
Speaker.
confidence in the 11 million
Speaker,
people.
order. Honorable Speaker, we just want to clarify that we are not clapping for the minister, we are clapping for you, Honorable Speaker.
Order. Proceed, Honorable Minister.
They have no confidence in the people. 11 million plus who voted the African National Congress. And because democracy is poetic justice, the people have no confidence in them. Therefore, their target is our democracy in its entirety. A major fallacy that has been raised by the opposition is that the recession was caused by the cabinet reshuffle, and nothing can be further from the truth. That the threat of the recession began to manifest between the last quarter of 2016 and the first quarter of 2017, which predates the cabinet reshuffle. Equally significant, Honorable Speaker, the first downgrade by S&P to sub-investment level was decided before the reshuffle. It is thus disingenuous to suggest that the downgrade was a reaction to cabinet reshuffle. And what this means is that this motion is therefore founded on fake news. The target of our detractors with this motion is the authority of government, because what they aim for is a coup d'etat to overthrow of the legitimate government through this destabilization. This is the same government.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Order. Honorable Minister, please take your seat. What point are you rising on, Honorable Member?
Here, Madam Speaker. Here we go.
I'm looking at the EFF benches. Honorable Malema.
Honorable Speaker, it's a serious allegation to say a motion that was
Are you
processed
rising or
on a
on-
point of order, Speaker.
What is the point of order?
To say a motion that was processed properly through your office is actually a coup d'etat. I think that allegation,
Honorable
Minister
Member,
must
that's
withdraw
not
it.
a point of order. Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam Speaker, I rise on Rule 85 of the National Assembly Rules, which talks about reflections on members of the Assembly. I think it's a very serious reflection on members of this Assembly or honourable members of this House to accuse them of a coup d'etat when all they have done is placed a constitutional motion that appears in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa
Honourable Member,
on the order paper.
That's
I would
stretching
ask
a
you-
point.
I would
It's a political point, Honorable Steenhuisen.
So it's a political point when I call the president a criminal. We'll remember that one.
No, to say a coup d'etat is not the same as calling someone a criminal. Please leave that issue.
This is the same government that has measures in place
Honorable Speaker.
to grow and transform the economy.
Honorable Speaker, on a point of order.
Yes, Honorable Ndlozi, what's the
Honorable
point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I want to persuade you. A coup d'etat is a crime in this country. It is executed through guns
Honorable Member,
and death.
let me look at this issue in the Hansard.
Okay, please, because
then I
you
will
can't
take it
accuse
forward.
honorable members of a coup d'etat.
It is.
It's actually very irresponsible.
Please proceed,
This
Honorable
is an
Minister.
attempt of a political coup d'etat. No apology about that. This is the same government that has had measures in place to grow and transform economy through 9-point plan. As a result of this plan, the energy crisis in this country has largely been resolved, and load shedding is a thing of the past. In fact, Honorable Speaker, our people's access to electricity has increased from 58% to 85%. In its commitment to bringing about...
Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minister of International Affairs is doing it again. She's sleeping.
No, Honorable Mbata, please
No,
take
she's
your
thinking
seat.
about the future. I mean, she's thinking about the future.
No, please take your seat. Leave the minister. Please proceed, Honorable.
In its commitment, Honorable Speaker, to bringing about prosperity for all, this is the same government that has put in place 14-point recovery measures, following broad consultation with various stakeholders in order to unlock economic growth and to rehabilitate business and consumer confidence. Government has increased GDP by more than 9 times, from 400 billion to over 4 trillion per annum. This is the same government whose proactive and progressive policies have seen the overall health of South Africans improving, with life expectancy having increased to 6 years. This is the same government that has decreased functional illiteracy nearly by half, from 34% to 19%. In fact, the basic education system has been an upward trend, and as matric pass rate has improved. We have seen students who have obtained the National Senior Certificate increasing from 45 to 56%. This is the same government that has ensured that 17 million beneficiaries receive social grants as part of comprehensive fight the scourge of poverty. The stooges and their bosses are targeting the People's Assembly because they think this is their best apartheid parliament. This is not your apartheid parliament, and the ANC is not your Bantustan playground. Their target, and this is the real motive behind this facade, their ultimate target is the African National Congress, a true movement of the people. We've got the news for you. The ANC is united, solid, resilient, and vibrant. And if you say how, you'll see with the defeat today. The ANC will resolve its own internal dynamics because we have a time-tested systems and processes that define and refine our forward march. At 105 years old, the African National Congress is the oldest liberation movement that still stands, and the ANC will not be lectured by the upstarts, the startups, and some Mickey Mouse organizations like yourselves. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of overwhelming majority of our people, the African National Congress rejects and repudiates this reactionary motion. We have confidence in the people. We have confidence in the duly elected head of state and government. We have confidence in the democratic government of the Republic of South Africa. We do not have confidence to the stooges and their bosses. Because so much has been said about Madiba today, let me quote what Madiba would have said or said about them. Addressing COSATU rally in 2000, this is what he said. He defined the DA in the following manner. That was a party of white bosses and black stooges. He continued to say, no matter how they cover up by getting a few black stooges, they remain the bosses. The white remain the bosses. And they remain, DA remain their party. We've heard what the leader of the opposition has said here. You have said a lot about Motlanthe and Mbeki, who are ANC leaders, by the way. But I'm looking forward to a day when you remind South Africans of your predecessors. And let me remind you your predecessors. Helen Suzman, the one of qualified franchise, Colin Eglin, Frederick Francois Slabert, Zach de Beer, Tony Leon, whose father was hanging freedom fighters as a judge, Helen Zille. So really, I don't think that there is anything you are going to give us. We are going to defeat you, even today.
The Honorable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Fellow South Africans, the Constitution of the Republic envisaged Section 102 and a motion of no confidence in the President. It did not say if you move that motion, you are moving for regime change. It only sought to say if you move that motion, you are moving for accountability, which is what we are here to ask for today. I want to urge fellow South Africans to listen carefully, Minister Mteto. When former President Kgalema Motlanthe said, these people are not hirelings of the ANC, they are public representatives. They take an oath as parliamentarians to be public representatives. They can't be treated in the same way as you treat an ANC branch. What is true is that speaker after speaker came here today and married Jacob Zuma, President Jacob Zuma and the ANC as if the two are inseparable. I would hate to believe that that must be so, that today you will vote to defend corruption rather than the people who elect you to come here. I would hate to believe that this glorious movement, what the Minister of Defense said, is a shadow of itself. It's not because of the opposition, it's because of President Jacob Zuma, not the members on this side. Fellow South Africans, I am here to simply say, this motion was not moved by a particular race. It was moved on behalf of the people of this country. Labor, business, religious communities, South Africans stood in unison outside here, black and white, and call on you to do the right thing today. Many of you went to the NEC to call for the president to resign. Many of you have spoken. I am not here to call for a regime change. I am here to call for the removal of a president who has violated the Constitution of this republic. You could ask for yourself for him to resign, but he has proven he has not, because he is not elected out there. He is elected in here by members of parliament who elect the president. Let me quote one of my former leaders, as you've challenged me to do. Helen Suzman once said, there is a chill running down this parliament. It is seeking a spine. And I fear that today we will prove whether we will act courageously for our people or courageously for Jacob Zuma. Act courageously for our people. I thank you very much. Vote for this motion.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. I now put the motion. Are there any objections? There are objections. I therefore put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against, no. I think the noes have it.
Speaker?
Yes.
Dare calls for a secret ballot. Thank you very much.
You are asking for a division, and now that the division has been called for, the bells will be rung. For how long? Isn't 5 minutes? Okay, honorable members, a division having been called for, the House will now be suspended to allow for the preparation of the chamber.
Madam Speaker.
For the vote to be conducted by secret ballot.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
May I address you in terms of Rule 92.2 with Annexure L of the document that was distributed earlier.
Yes.
To seek your guidance and ruling on a matter which is germane to the vote before us today.
What is that?
Section
matter?
102 says that the vote in this instance is decided by a majority of the members of the National Assembly.
Yeah.
As there are apparently more than 5 vacancies in this National Assembly of seats that are unfilled, could we get guidance from you what the threshold in this instance would be for a 50% plus 1? Because the guide, while saying...
Order, honorable members, yes. Honorable Steenhuisen and finish off. Order.
Because surely in this instance, because there are vacancies in the National Assembly, it couldn't be 201 votes. And we know it's going to be a very close thing today. So we want to make sure that we understand exactly what that threshold is, given those vacancies in the National Assembly. Thank you.
Honorable Member, I'm advised that the quorum is always counted on 400, which is the 400 seats. And therefore, the 400 means the quorum would be 201, in spite of the vacancies in the ANC.
Madam
Now,
Speaker.
honorable members, please let's
Speaker.
suspend the sitting.
Madam
And the
Speaker.
bells will be rung to alert members to the resumption of business. Business is now suspended. We can talk
Honourable
while
Speaker.
the business is suspended.
Honourable Speaker.
Asizwile indaba ezimnandi uJozuma asamaye Sizwile indaba ezimnandi uJozuma asamaye asamaye asizwile
Order, honorable members. The bells have been ringing for almost 10 minutes. We think it's time for us to move towards our seats. Members with particular disabilities, like being partially sighted, will be assisted. Arrangements have been made for the specific members. Okay. Order, honorable members. The point of order raised by the Honorable Steenhuisen relating to whether the quorum should be counted on the basis of the number of members of the Assembly. Put differently, in the event of vacancies, as we know there are a number of vacancies, the question is whether the quorum should take account of those vacancies. Honorable members, I rule that we proceed with the voting as we have always done, counting quorum on the basis of 400 members. And then we will still seek a legal opinion. And the outcome of that process will be made known to the members. If it impacts on the outcome of the election today, then that will be attended to accordingly in terms of whatever adjustments.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Steenhuisen.
I'm happy with you proceeding in that regard. But just to clarify, it's not about the quorum. It's about the threshold that would be required to meet the constitutional hurdle of 50% plus one.
Yes.
The argument is that those 5 members should be subtracted from the 400. So it's not about a quorum, it's about eligible members who are able to vote.
Okay, that's fine. It's all right. We will seek a legal opinion, and should there be a need for an adjustment, we will attend to it accordingly. Now, order, honorable members. Honorable Shibambu.
No, thank you, Speaker. Perhaps you must give us an illustration as to when are we going to get that illustration of what number do we need to determine the legitimacy and legality of the outcome, because Section 1022 says that
Order,
majority
honorable members.
of
Can
members
we listen
of
to
Parliament-
Honorable Shibambu? Yes, proceed, Honorable Shibambu.
Section 1022 of the Constitution says that a motion of confidence in a president can be passed or shall be passed by majority of members of Parliament. So if we have got vacancies that have not been filled, you cannot imagine those members as existing. The members of Parliament are those that have been sworn in, have adhered to the Constitution and the oath, and saying that we abide by the Constitution. So that is the basis. It can't be 400 when we are 395 here. We must work on the basis of the number that we have so that we are able to then determine the
Honorable
outcomes of the
Shibambu,
motion
that
of
is
no
why I didn't want us to debate the matter here and said, let us deal with it thoroughly and do every consultation we need, but proceed as we have always done, and that is counting the number and therefore the majority plus one, 50% plus one, on the basis of the seats of the Assembly for now, until such time that we will have sought legal advice and we will have properly been advised, and then we will do whatever we need to adjust. And next week should be really, it should be possible for us.
Is it not possible to get the legal opinion now, Speaker?
No, Honorable Shibambu. I appeal to
help in
you.
that process
I
now.
appeal to you to take a seat, Honorable Shibambu, so we can proceed. Honorable members, the Honorable Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker, we do concur with you. Over the past, we have determined the threshold on matters of this nature on the basis of the 400 seats. That's what has been the norm. And we have never changed from that norm. We therefore concur with your ruling that we worked on this basis, whilst at the same time you seek legal clarity on the matter. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Honorable members, I wish to indicate that the procedure for the vote has been sent to all parties.
Point of order, Chair.
What, who's calling for a point of order?
Uriam.
Honorable Filtane.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity, Chair. The norm does not apply here. We went to the Constitutional Court exactly because of a norm that was applied by you and proven to be incorrect. We want the proper interpretation of the Constitution of the country. We can't be told about norms. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Filtane. We will still come back after seeking legal advice. Honorable members, in accordance with the procedure that has been sent to all parties, the doors will be locked for the purpose of the vote. I also wish to indicate that the table staff who are here on the floor will assist with the voting process. They have taken the oath and affirmation before me for the purpose of this exercise. The table staff will now show that the ballot boxes are empty and close them. Now, honorable members, one ballot paper with the official mark will be issued to every member present and eligible to vote. One ballot paper with a mark, with the official mark. Members will be called in alphabetical order according to their surnames. When their names are called, members must collect a ballot paper from the voting table. After collecting a ballot paper, each member must proceed to one of the ballot booths and must record his or her vote by placing a clear mark alongside the yes, no, or abstain option provided on the ballot paper for recording of a vote. A mark that is not placed alongside an option will render the ballot paper invalid. So you must make sure you make your mark against either a yes, a no, or abstain, clearly. A ballot paper will be invalid if it is not stamped, if it is unmarked, or if a member has signed his or her name or made more than one mark in recording his or her vote. So if there's no stamp, or if the paper is unmarked, or if you have signed your name or made more than one mark in recording your vote, then that paper will also be invalid. After making the mark on the ballot paper, and while still in the booth, members must fold their ballot paper in such a manner that the official mark thereon is visible to the table staff at the ballot box. After the staff member has noted the official mark on the ballot paper, members should deposit it in the ballot box and resume their seats. Members must not use electronic devices inside the voting booths. The taking of pictures inside the voting booths is prohibited. I ask the chamber camera operators to ensure that cameras are not focused or zoomed into the booths. I'm now talking about the cameras that are normally operational. The secretary will now call upon members to vote.
Abrams, Beverly Lynette, Adams, Freddy, Adams, Patricia, Emily, Adams, Rachel, Cecilia, Alberts, Anton, Duval, America, Derek, Atkinson, Patrick, George, Bagram, Michael, Baker, Tanya, Elena, Bamugwanya, Vatiswa.
Madam Speaker.
Who's calling me? Yes, Honorable
Madam Speaker.
Manders.
You ruled that no cameras would be allowed inside the voting booth. However, in the gallery is a gentleman carrying a camera with a high zoom.
We would like to ask our guests in the gallery to please abstain from participating. Please, honorable guests, as well as members of the media, please do not participate in the activities on the floor. We appeal to you.
Porashe. Thank you.
Honorable Filtane.
There are two cameras there at the center, and the gentleman with a blue shirt and a gray top, he's looking that other side. He is waving us away. When we wave, those two cameras must stop operating. He's looking at me now. Please show your authority and stop it.
Can we ask our staff who are given the responsibility to help us with management of the gallery to please assist? We would like our guests to enjoy every minute of being in the gallery, but we also ask that they should cooperate with the rules of this house.
Bapela Kopeng Obed.
Order. Please start from scratch.
Baja Ambulelo Richmond. Bason Joyce Vuyiswa. Bason Leonard Jones. Bekwa Sampiwe Donatus. Bergman Darren. Bierkman Francois, Bengu Fesile, Bengu Nozabelo Ruth, Bengu Kombe Pumzile.
Can we have some order, please? Both in the gallery and in the floor.
Bilankulu Kensani Kate, Pokopane Zulu Henrietta Ipeleng, Bongo Bongani Thomas, Boy Mnyamezeli Shedrack, Poroto Mamtlala Grace, Boshoff Hilgerad Sonia, Bozoli Belinda, Broteseth Timothy James, Brayden Glynis, Brown Lynette.
Butwa, Flomela, Butal. Okay. Butwa, Flomela, Butelezi, MG, Butelezi, Sifiso, Norbert, Kachalia, Khaleb, Kain, Yusuf, Kappa, Ndumiso, Kappa, Rosemary, Nokuzola, Cardo, Michael John, Karim, Yusuf Ismail, Carter Deirdre, Kasim Yusuf.
Cebekulu Russell Nzigayezwe.
Order, Honorable Speaker. Honorable
Yes,
Speaker.
someone is calling for a point of order.
I'm to your right, just further in front.
Yes, Honorable
Honorable
Member.
Speaker, we would like to really appeal like you have done to the guests. Clearly, one camera is in a position such that we cannot be very comfortable that he is not taking shots. We really want to appeal to you, Honorable Speaker, that that camera be shielded away from the house. Thank you.
I'll ask the table office to assist us by actually going up to help the staff that are supposed to make sure that this doesn't happen from the gallery. We have already asked that cameras not be operated. The rules that we are operating with have been agreed by all parties. We cannot now have other people who just violate what we are asking to be observed by all of us, both the House and the gallery.
Cele Pegokwakhe Hamilton, Cele Mosi Anthony, Chance Roger William Tobias, Chauke Hlomane Patrick, Chikunga Lydia Sindisiwe, Chilwane Tapelo Dorothy, Chohan Fatima Ismail, Chweu Mamunare Patricia, Coleman Elsie Matular.
Cronin Jeremy Patrick, Twele Siabonga Cyprian, Dambuza Nomshle Beauty, Davies Robert Hayden, Davis Gavin Richard, the Freitas Manuel Simao Franca, the Diza Angela Thokozile, Dirks Mervyn Alexander, Dlakude, Doris Eunice, Dlamini, Pathabile Olive.
Dlamini Marshall Mzingisi, Dlamini Tubazana Zefroma Sizani, Dlodlo Ayanda, Dlomo Bongekile Jabulile, Dlulane Beauty Nomvuzo, Treya Anchen Margarita, Dube Jabulane Joseph, Dudley Sherilyn, Tunjwa Mary Ann Lindelwa, Ibrahim Ishmael.
Esau Shahid. Esau Shahid. I am. Esther Hazen, Jan Adrian. Edwards Johanna. Faku Zukisa Cheryl. Fig Malcolm John. Fichlan Archibald Mzuvukile. Filtan Mkedisi Lutando Wellington. Frolic, Cedric Thomas, Fabs, Joan Marie Louise, Galo, Mandlinkosi Philip.
Kamete Dennis Tumisane, Gadi Godrich Ahmed, Kwabaza Ndabagayise Erasmus, Gigaba Knowledge Malusi Nkanyezi, Kina Nomalungelo, Godi Nelson Temba, Gordon Pravin Jamnadas, Gada Tandega, Grunewald Hermanos Bernardes, Grunewald Pietres Johannes,
Grootboom, Gregory Allen, Gumede, Donald Mlindwa, Gungubele Mondli, Hadebe, Thomas Zwalake, Hanekom, Derek Andre, Hill Lewis, Jordan Gwen, Schlingwa Mkuleko, Slope, Schlengiwa Octavia, Holomisa, Bantebonke Harrington, Holomisa, Sango Patekile.
Hussein Mohammed Hanif, Horn Werner, Hansinger Christian Hans Heinrich, Jafta Stephen Mahlubanzima, James Lungiswa Veronica, Jeffrey John Harold, Johnson Mlungisi, Youngblood Zelda, Joste Karen, Kalakom Zwamadoda Uppington.
Kalyan Santosh Vinita, Kekana Charles Danny, Kekana Ezekiel, Kekana Helen Boykutso, Kekana Maisela David, Kekana Pinky Sharon, Kenye Tandiwe Elizabeth, Keta Bahle, Vuyakazi, Kaula Makoti Sibongile, Koarai Lefu Peter.
Kosa Delton Shamalani, Khoza Makhosi Busisiwe. Khubisa Nhlanhlakayise Moses. Kunou Ntabiseng Pauline. Killian Juliana Daniel. King Chantel Kola Diane. Korenov Hardes Willem. Korenov Nicholas Jacobus Janse van Rensbeck. Kopane Simakaling Patricia.
Kota Fredericks Zoliswa Albertina. Creer Hendrik Christian Crawford. Krumbok Gregory Rudy. Kubai Mamaloko Triposa. Kwankwa Nkabayomzi Lawrence Saziso. Landis Llewellyn Tyron. Lees Robert Alfred. Lakota Mosia Jared Patrick. Lesoma Regina Mina Mponseng. Letsatsi Duba Dupuo Bertha.
Loliwe Fezeka sister. Lorima James Robert Bon. Lotrick Anneli. Luyenge Zukile. Luzipho Sahlulele. Make Jerome Joseph. Mabasa Sihla Ngoma. Mabe Betha Peace. Mabe Puleng Peter. Mabija Livwani.
Mabika Mandlinkosi Sikelo. Mabilo Solomon Patrick. McKay Gordon. Mackenzie Cameron. McPherson Dean William. Madela Andrew France. Madikizela Mandela Nomzamo Winfred. Madisha William Motipa. Matlopa Keliwe Kamkile. Maisela Patrick.
Mafulu, Mapule Veronica, Mafu, Notawe Noneto, Magadla Nosilivere Winifred, Magadzi, Dikeledi, Philistas, Makwanishe, Gratitude, Mahambehlala, Tandi, Mahlalela, Amos, Fish, Mahlangu, Dikeledi, Gladys, Mahlangu, Jabulani, Lucas, Mahlobo, Mbangiseni, David.
Mahuma Pelo, Johannes Mothibile Kwekwe, Maila Moloko Stanford Armour, Maimani Muzi Aloysias, Majeke Cynthia Nokolege, Majola Fikile Zachariah, Majola Fembekile Richard, Makubela Mashele Lucizo Sharon, Makubele.
Order, Chair. Order. My man is having a cell phone into the booth. Yeah, but it was said we must not use it.
Speaker, my man must be disqualified.
Order.
So, he must be disqualified.
Order, honorable members. Indeed, that was a breach, but we will have to deal with it. He has removed it.
Order, Speaker. Order, Speaker. Order, my man must be disqualified.
Order.
Order, my man must be disqualified.
Honorable members, can you allow this to be dealt with properly? Please let the voting proceed.
Makubele, Zondi Silence, Makondo Thomas, Makwetla Samson Pathache.
Malatsi Moba Solomon, Malima Julia Silo, Malgas Hope Helen, Maloi Patrick Dumile Nono, Maluleke Boitumelo Joyce, Manamela Juaridi Puti, Manana Tutuzile Promise. Manana Mtutuzi Comfort, Manana Millicent Sbongile, Mandela Zwelivelile Mandle Sizwe Talibunga.
Mantashe Priscilla Tozama. Okay. Mapanga Walter Bongani. Mapatsu Emmanuel Ramaota Anna Kebi. Mapisa Nkakula Nosiviwe Nolutando, Mapulane Mohlapi Philemon, Mare Eric Johannes, Mare Sarel Jacobus Francois, Martins Benedict Anthony Duke, Masango Bridget Staff, Masango Moses Siposezwe Amos.
Masihela Elizabeth Kwena Manuku, Masego Lindiwe Mitchell, Mashabela Wanamakwitli Rineilwe, Mashiho Dlamini Wati Kendit, Mashile Buang Lemias, Masondo Nkosiyake Amos, Masugu Madala Bexon, Masuta Chililo Michael, Maswanganyi Mkachani Joseph, Matale Castle Charlie,
Mathebe Dudu Helen, Mathais Leanne, Matiase Nthako Sam, Matlala Motswaledi Ezekiel, Matsepe Choloani David, Machoba Mandisa Octavia, Matsimbi Catherine, Mavunda Risimati Thompson, Maktekwana Comley Humphrey Magokwa, Mania David John.
Mazon Natasha Wendy Anita, Mbaba Tandeka Moloko, Mbalula Fikile April, Mbata Moses Sipo, Mbele Zakele Njabulo, Mbinda Lutando Richmond, Mbuyane Simanga Happy, Mtunu Sibongile, Maglolin Alon Ross, Mtakane Mzameni Richard.
Memela Tandi Cecilia, Mente Ntombovuyo Veronica, Meshu Kenneth Raselabe Joseph, Mfeketo Noma India Kathleen, Mhlongo Sibonakaliso Philip, Mhlongo Tepo Winston, Mileham Kevin John, Jobo Lindiwe Ntombe Kaise, Mkize Tlengiwe Butle, Mkongi Bongani Michael.
Memezi Humphrey, Mdumzeli Zondelele, Mula Martha Pindile, Musi Samuel Khayesi, Mwabe Sibusiso Christopher, Mganga Kabashe, Lungi Annette, Mguni Derek, Mguni Pumzile Justice, Mnisi Nokaya Adelaide, Mukhotsi Velemina Pulani, Mukhalapa Stevens.
Mokause Mabato Olive, Mokoena Leslo Nolo Goodwill, Mokoto Ntibane Rebecca, Mole Batsi Mapi Angelina, Molewa Bomo Edna Edith, Morutowa Masefele Rosalia, Motau Seza Matopo, Charles, Moteka, Pebani George, Mothapo, Madipuane Refilwe Moremadi, Motimele Malusi Stanley.
Motshega Matsiye Angelina, Motshega Matole Sirofo, Motswaledi Pakishe Aaron, Mpanza Terence Kumbuzo, Mpumlwana Loyiso Khanyisa Buhle, Msibi Veronica Zanele, Msimang Christian Temba, Mtembu Jackson Mpikwa, Mtembu Nokukhanya, Mthethwa Emmanuel Nkosinathi.
Mtetwa Enoch Musi, Mulaudzi Chilivali Elfas, Mulder Cornelius Petrus, Mulder Peter Willem Adrian, Mutambi Azwihangwisi Faith, Nchabeleng Mamahase Elek, Ndaba Claudia Nonhlanhla, Ndabeni Abrams, Stella Tembisa, Ndlozi Mbuiseni Quinton, Ndongeni Nokuzola.
Nel Andries Karl, Nivout Druchen, Velma Susan, Ngobo Beatrice Tembegile, Ngwenya Mabila Pumuzile Catherine, Ngwezi Olani, Nkadimeng Mohutle Frida, Nkwana Mashabane Maite Emily, Nkomo Sibongile Judith, Nkonzo Theophilus Mulelo, Nkwinti Gugile Ernest.
Nobanda, Gurley Namshla, November, Nomathemba Theresia, Ngakula Charles, Ntlangwini Elsaby Natasha, Ntombela Madala Louis David, Nchaisa Lulama Maxwell, Ngayesi Tembelani Walter Maid, Nyambi, Hilda Vangile, Nzimandi, Bonginkosi Emmanuel, Olifant, Gaulathle Godfrey.
Oliphant Mildred Nelisiwe, Olis Ian Michael, Ostazen Geraldus Cornelius, Pando Grace Naledi Mandisa, Patel Ibrahim, Paulson Nazir, Patha Matume Joseph, Posa Yuvon Kwenkwezi, Pikinini Imamile Oben, Pilane Majeke Mahatazo Charlotte Chana.
Ploama Molapi Andris, Purden Ross Krill, Rabutapi Mponeng Winston, Khadebe Becky Sizwe Abram, Khadebe Goodwill Subisiso, Radebe Jeffrey Tamsanka, Ralehoma Strike Michael, Ramaphosa Matamela Cyril, Ramatlakane Leonard, Ranto Daphne Sukiswa.
Raputi Debra Dineo, Haula Tembinkosi, Robertson Ken Peter, Robinson Denise, Ross David Christie, Ryder Dennis Richard, Schmidt Hendrik, Cornelis, Self James, Siminya Machweni, Rosina, Sinukwanyane Dorin Zamantungwa.
September, Cornelia Carol, Shabangu Susan, Sheikh Imam, Ahmed Manzoor, Shalembe, Maliake, Lyman, Shin, Marianne Robin, Shivambu, Nyuko Floyd, Shope Sithole, Sheila Colleen Nkensani, Sibande Mtikeni Patrick, Singh Naren, Sisulu Landiwe Nonkeba.
Sithole Ketamabala Petros, Siwela Elvis Kolwana, Skosana James Jim, Squacha Mtebisi, Smith Vincent George, Sonti Nokulunga Primrose, Sokyu Makotso Magdalene, Stenda Terry, Stenhazen John Henry, Stein Annette,
Stibbe Dirk Jan, Surti Mohammed Enver, Swat Stephen Nicholas, Tarabella Marchesi, Nomsa Innocentia, Tablanche Johanna Frederica, Tabete Elizabeth, Teko Lorato Cynthia, Tembekwayo Sophie Susan, Thompson Barbara, Cleane Selo Albert.
Taule, Lapulukhang, Shadrach, Tobias, Tandi, Vivian, Tom, Oliso, Sandra, Tolashe, Noguzola Gladys, Tongwane, Suhanezo, Mpo, Adolfina, Topam, Brendan, Rodney, Tseke, Grace, Kekulu, Tedi, Rembuluani, Moses, Sinodi, Solomon, Lichisa, Tswete, Pamela.
Tsoledi Sibongile Perm, Tsotetsi Dikeledi Rebecca, Tak Agnes, Van Dalen Pieter, Van Dam Pumzile Thelma, Van der Merwe Liesel Linda, Van der Walt Desiree, Van der Westhuizen Andrikus Pieter, Van Dijk Veronica, Van Rooyen David Douglas Des.
Van Skagwijk, Sharon Renee, Foss James, Walters Thomas Charles Ravenscroft, Waters Michael, Williams Adrian John, Wilson Evelyn Rian, Xalisa Zolile Roger, Xasa Thokozile, Xhego Sheila Thembalam, Yengeni Lumka Elizabeth, Zokwana Senzeni, Zulu Lindiwe Daphne, Zwane Mosebenzi Zwane.
Are there any honorable members that have not yet voted? Please come forward, so that you can be assisted to vote.
Madam Speaker, may I address you on that point?
Yes, Honorable Mulder.
If I'm wrong, then I apologize.
Mm.
The procedure that you issued today states clearly in paragraph D6 that each member present must vote.
Mm.
I may be wrong, but I don't find your name on the voters' roll, and I did not see Madam Speaker vote. If I'm wrong, then I apologize. You are a member of the House, ma'am.
I think you are, because the Constitution has something to say about that. Can the table staff find the relevant? Yes, we thought of that and we talked about it. I want to ask the Secretary to read the relevant section of the Constitution. The font is too small for my eyes. The secretary, when called upon by the chair, must assist. Please read this, it's too small. It's 53-2. 53-2B. Secretary, can you please read on my behalf?
Section 53(2) of the Constitution reads as follows. The member of the National Assembly presiding at a meeting of the Assembly has no deliberative vote, but A, must cast a deciding vote when there's an equal number of votes on each side of the question, and B, may cast a deliberative vote when a question must be decided with a supporting vote of at least 2/3 of the members of the Assembly.
So I hope, Honorable Mulder, you are satisfied that that settles the matter?
No, it does not, madam.
It doesn't.
I don't think so, no.
Okay, go on.
No, I think the section is quite clear. It says exactly the point, that if there's a 2/3 majority needed, this is not the case at the moment. There's not an equal number of votes at the moment. You're not expecting to cast a deliberate vote. As a member of the House, you're entitled to vote.
Masibulela. Honorable Mulder, there is a situation which I learned when we were busy with the negotiations. And that was that depending on how many lawyers you had in the room, you would have that many interpretations of whatever sentence or whatever we're dealing with. These lawyers here in front of me, who are my assistants, are very determined that that's how we've always interpreted this section. And that is that unless there's a need to do a casting vote, when in fact there's an equal number in the House, then I would have to exercise that casting vote. And that's how we've always interpreted it. Now, unless we ask that that matter also be dealt with along the other one, we are going to be here until midnight, knowing how many lawyers are in this hall right now. So I would like to request that we do it the way we've always done it. If you insist, it should go to that same exercise, that process that will determine the other issue. If there are no other members that have not voted and wish to do so now, the table staff will now close and seal the ballot boxes. And I will suspend proceedings shortly to enable the secretary to count the votes in the chamber in my presence and the presence of the designated party representatives, that they may not use electronic equipment in the chamber to take pictures or disclose the results in any way before they are announced in the chamber. The bells will be rung for 5 minutes to alert members to the resumption of business. This will be after the counting is done. Business is now suspended until the bells are rung.
We taught you that song. We taught you. The first time we disrupted your president. You must sing it very well. You don't know even how to sing it. We must teach you how to sing it. Komisambuyiseni, teach them how to sing it.
Oh, because Bati, office like Belitri lunch on the library, I mean for a lunch. No, you can't do that. Yeah, I know.
Ungajahi mpi. Ungajahi mpi.
Order. Order. Honorable members and guests in the gallery, can we all take our seats? I have received a written report on the results of the votes from the Secretary of the National Assembly. The results of the vote by secret ballot are as follows. The total votes, 384. The yes, 177. Order, honorable members. Can I finish? The no, 198. And order, honorable members, I haven't finished. And there were 9 abstentions. And therefore, the motion of no confidence in the president is accordingly negatived. Order. That concludes the business for the day. The House is adjourned, honorable members.
But if you don't want to sing,